Oh yeah, Slane? You're not the boss of me. You're a piggy too? Wow, weird. What is this? Weird fixation you have with pigs. Good evening, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more Overwatch 2. Continuing with tweaking. We didn't really do that much tweaking last night. Mainly because it seems like performance is pretty good right now. Well, not pretty good. It's not getting better. So, there's not really much in the way of tweaking to tweak. Except turning the reduced buffering option on and off for some reason. And that might have just been it all along. I don't know. Still have high precision mouse input on. Game fucking feels weird. And there's almost nothing in the way that you can do to fix it. At least I can't. I really want. And my heated feet pad. Really want new hardware, but that's not coming out until this month. And I don't know when I'm going to get a new GPU because GPU prices and maybe price cuts or something. I don't fucking know. GPU just really just doesn't. What's happening with GPU, like GPU market in general, really just doesn't even make me want to touch it. If I was not a streamer. And I was not hooked up to a current brand, like stuck on a current brand, which is NVIDIA, I would 100% get an XTX. But because I have to buy an NVIDIA, that leaves me with only a handful of options. One is I can get a used 3080 for $500, which is a really good deal, all things considered. Or I have to buy a 4080, which isn't really a good deal because it's basically just a whittled down 4090. So you basically pay 25% less for 25% less performance. It's not a deal. So, and they're going to price cut sometime soon. I don't know when. And I don't, like, right now it just seems like they're going to price cut and they haven't. So, yeah. Yeah. Good, guys. But yeah, I don't even want to deal with video cards. Monitors aren't even coming out till March. Yeah, 2 months from now. Yeah, and Overwatch in general seems as though it's dying out. So, when I finally get my upgraded components, I'll probably be ready to go back to Dead by Daylight. That's fucking hilarious. A game where it doesn't even matter at all. Yep. Table saw. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thorium reactors have been a thing for a while. True story. I don't remember what the downside was to them. Thorium nuclear reactors. Way, don't care. Transport fuel by plane? Wait. Using baggies? Oh my god. Plastic storage containers. I'm kind of out of it today for some reason. Don't know why as well. I guess we'll take a look at a Travel Geek and then a Tom Scott. Endless power, oh my god, micro hydro. Yeah, like generates like 500 watts. Yeah, good job, dude. Enough to run a third of a water heater. Or not a water heater, space heater. DIY server, don't care. It almost looks like Gamers Nexus is just reiterating the Linus footsteps, Linus Tech Tube footsteps. One second, guys. Coffee. Time. Making an international standard cup of tea. That sounds terrible. Mainly because people appreciate different types of coffee or tea depending on where it's from. Aww. Okay. Let's take a look at Tom Scott.
Every few months, a team from the Australian Government Science Agency, CSIRO, and the Australian Bureau of Meteorology will bottle up air from here at the northern tip of Tasmania and send it off to be archived. A few days ago, back on the Australian mainland, in a suburb of Melbourne, I interviewed one of the team at the Air Archive to explain how and why.
The first tank was taken on the 26th of April 1978 All up,
Tim
we have
Hortons
close
coffee.
to 200
I don't think I've ever had that.
spanning almost 50 years. The pressure they get to is around about 900 psi. They're 34-litre tanks, which means they hold around 2,000 litres of air once they're completely full.
This place, Kenneock Cape Grim, has the cleanest air in the world. When
Heard
the
of it,
wind's
though.
blowing from the south,
I honestly don't care what kind of coffee I have. I found that the best thing, like as far as coffee taste goes, like what kind of creamer or sugar you put into it, or
When we say
completely
clean
changes
air
the
or
taste, so
baseline
it
air,
almost
we
doesn't
mean
matter what
that
the
it
coffee is
has
in the
not
first place.
had recent contact with land or pollution sources, and we know that it's very representative of the mid-latitudes of the southern hemisphere background air. Most of the sources of the major greenhouse gases are in the northern hemisphere because that's where the major population centres are. It takes about a year to do the interhemispheric transport. Going across the equator is much, much slower than the mixing within a hemisphere itself. We wait until the wind is coming from the southwest direction, and normally we wait several hours.
Today, the wind is not blowing in the right direction. It's blowing in from the cities in Tasmania and the Australian mainland. But the team here are going to do a practice fill of an archive cylinder so they can show you what would happen. And it's a really technical operation that has to avoid contamination.
These cylinders are filled cryogenically under vacuum. When they're put into the liquid nitrogen, the air naturally will be sucked into the tanks over a 2 to 3 hour period.
As any gas cools down, it compresses. So initially, the air rushes in to fill the vacuum, but then it hits liquid nitrogen chilled stainless steel. So it cools and compresses and more air rushes in, which cools and compresses and so on and so on and so on. It's a really clever way to fill a pressurized canister without pumps.
We then let it heat up or warm up, and then we blast whatever water is in there out. There is water in the tanks because there's water in the atmosphere, and we don't do any drying. We don't want to use pumps or any particular drying agent or method, as this can potentially contaminate in the tanks.
So I had an obvious question. How do they know that the air in the archive tanks doesn't change over time through some chemical reaction or osmosis through a faulty valve or microbe contamination?
We take measurements of the archive regularly. Maybe once a year we'll take a sniff out of each of the cylinders, so to speak, to ensure trace gases are not drifting or changing. There is a little bit of moisture and water in there, and there has been concerns where the microbes might be changing the composition for some trace gases, but for what we've discovered so far, that's not really the case.
So they've got an archive. What do they do?
He farts in it each time.
Let's say someone discovers that
It's actually kind of curious, guys.
greenhouse
In
gas
a remote part of the world, there are people that like sit in a building and fill up a canister with air once a year. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of people that have really interesting jobs that makes you wonder what they actually do on a day-to-day basis. Like what their job entails. I mean, they can go back through and test all the tanks, like you said, and maybe that's what they do on a day-to-day basis, but it really makes me wonder what they do there on a day-to-day basis, right? Like these guys are full employees.
the contaminant that we should have been testing for.
I'm curious
for
what
the last
their
50 years or
job
so.
entails.
The researchers can go to the archive, pull samples from the tanks, and use.
Not to say what they're doing isn't
Remember CFCs? They've been testing for those on site here for years. But
important.
It turns out the replacements also cause problems.
But it actually seems like there's a significant amount of downtime in this job.
And then the replacements for those HFCs. It's only recently we've had the technology to be able to measure those, to build up a history. Back in time to 1978, that would not be possible without the archive. Some of the measurements we do take just 20 or 30 mils of air. We can actually take measurements down to parts per trillion.
There was one more thing that Paul showed me back at Melbourne. The first tank taken here in 1978, it's not the oldest one in the archive.
Several years ago, we did a media story, and we started to get inquiries from the public saying, we've got older air than you. And it turns out there was a lot of people out there with old scuba tanks sitting in their garages. And most scuba divers kept a diary of when they dived, when and where the tank was filled. So people started to donate their scuba tanks. So we now have air back to 1956. For some trace gases that we're interested in, are perfectly fine to take the measurements.
All right, I'm standing somewhere windswept and talking about infrastructure. It's like the 5th time. I'm amazed the microphone held up. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Lovely. I mean, it actually looks pretty scenic. That'd be an interesting job to have. But it's just a guy taking measurements somewhere. Interesting. Okay, Let's take a look at a travel geek, I suppose. Here. Since there isn't really a whole lot of anything else. Up until the release of the X3D chips, basically tech's on hiatus for the most part, which should be this coming month. QA is just a podcast. Travel geek. Why I save the air? To take measurements of trace gases in the atmosphere over time and see how they change. Beverage! Gozaimasu! Soft serve? Oh my god. Is he spoiling the whole trip in the first 5 minutes of the video? Oh my god. 1 month ago. Akihabara is their tech district, I believe. Yep. Buddy, it's like, imagine a small city that's just like electronics. Not a small city, but like a town of electronics. Let's go with that. Yeah, anime. What is the electronics area then? I thought it was Akihabara. Shenzhen in China is one. It is Akihabara. It's both, I guess. It's anime and electronics. You can find basically any sort of electronics here, though, too. Cat girls, oh my god! These sex hotels? Japan has a decent number of sex hotels in it. Wonder what they do to prevent people from using them from fat booths. Totally a fat booth, guys. I can't imagine using this for anything other than fapping. Is there lotion there too? Like most internet cafes are not private rooms, right? Oh. Ooh. Yeah, this isn't what I consider a normal internet cafe. Because you don't actually need a private room for browsing the internet, as it turns out. That's like an angled fat seat right there. Yeah, easy to wash off. Yeah, that's an easy to clean mat right there. People in Tokyo just want a place to lay down besides hotels. God, he's doing stretches. That's crazy. I can barely do that with my hands. Ah! I have faster than speed at my house. Not a lot of places in Japan have obsession with vending machines. Stretch is good for you. I do stretching too when I work out. I took a hiatus from working out and stretching for a while because of my tendonitis, but been getting back into it. Seeing what I can do before it bugs my tendons. Ah! Ah. Manketsu Sendo. Sendo? Hmm. And Odin. Oh no. I mean, maybe. Does that mean the whole thing's heated? Is it gonna come out hot? And it actually could be good. Never know. There's canned bread, so you know, hang on to your skivvies, guys. Hang on to your pants. Hated too. You know, tendons are fucking weird, eh? So a couple things that you take for granted is you'll never basically feel your tendons until you start having problems with them, which is when you know that you start having problems with your tendons is when you can feel them, and which just bugs the shit out of you even more because you can actually feel your tendons when you're having problems with your tendons. Tendons are generally something that you just never know exists. They just are there until you start having problems with them. I have according to the podiatrist, insertional Achilles tendonitis in my my Achilles tendon, and didn't know it was a thing. And I think it was something in my diet was inflaming it. I think is what it turned out to be, mixed with the fact that I work out on a rowing machine, which I might not have the best posture on it due to the fact I use a water rower, and my feet tend to go like this, more towards the inside because I have wide hips. Not necessarily because I have wide hips, but that's because I'm just a bigger guy. So my feet tend to go like this instead of being more like that, you know, like aligned properly. And I have flat feet, which makes it even worse. It's a couple different things, all in all together, and seem to have caused it. And it took me. I stopped working out in October, and then it wasn't until December when I started getting better. And it was when I was starting to change diets, my dietary stuff, that it started getting better. So, yeah, it sucks. And tendons can take a really long time to heal too, depending on what they are, because you use them a lot. Your Achilles tendon is just something you use day to day. Holy fuck. Yeah, because you fucking walk around every day. You use your Achilles, and it puts a lot of stress on it too because it's your Achilles tendon. You're not gonna drink the Odin? The Odin? No? Okay. Uh-oh. It's like spam. Yeah, I mean, Odin's pretty good. I don't know if I'd eat it out of can, though. It actually has a sink there, too. That's impressive. At vending machines, someone decided to pipe in a sink. Crazy. Are canned vegetables Star Wars food? Canned food has been around for... since time began. God. Looks like parts of aliens? It's fish food. I mean, I think there's a squid in there too. It's fish, so fish generally isn't pretty big in the US, but in Asia obviously it is. Ooh, creepy vending machines. Oh, geez. Eat the deer meat and run wild. That's a very specific... I guess. We're gonna see panties. Use panties in a can? Oh. Got some steak beetles, too? Mmm. Sells boxes wrapped in paper. Well, what are they? Someone writes anonymous essays on each paper and sells it. Guys, it is no joke when they literally sell fucking everything out of vending machines in Japan. You might think it's a meme, it's not. They literally fucking sell everything out of vending machines in Japan. You can buy fucking anything. Which is also pretty cool, to be perfectly honest, instead of just Pepsi. Bullet holes in a door? Is it actual? Is it actually popping popcorn, or is it just going to be a microwave popcorn? The vending machine stole all my money for the first time in Japan. That's bound to happen. He tried some pretty sketchy machines. Like, I don't know if I'd eat the food out of them. A beetle in a bottle. They have to be dead. Actually, I don't know. Why is he censoring it if he's then translating it at the bottom of the screen? Oh, it could have some maybe doxing information on it. Stop reading because I had bad feeling. Animal crackers. Yeah. Aww. Rude. Free drinks anytime. That's actually quite a selection. They have soup drinks too. That's not really a drink, but lots of complimentary shit in Japan. Like if you look at the places he goes to. Oh. I mean, still healthier than Starbucks, so. To be fair, guys, some of the best ice cream I've had is coffee-flavored ice cream. And if you've never tried coffee-flavored ice cream and you're into coffee, it's actually pretty good. I would highly suggest it. Usually you have it's more boutique thing. It's not something you can just buy a big tub of or something, but it's pretty good. I think coffee pairs pretty nicely with ice cream, as dairy products in general, right? Lots of manga. That's crazy you can actually have a library like that, guys. and people just don't walk out with manga. They probably do. Like in the US, you can imagine people just walking out with that shit, right? That's pretty ridiculous. The hotel, too? See. I see. It's a hassle to go out. God. Yep. He lives there, guys, and he doesn't even fucking know what he's putting in his cup. Ah, that's hilarious. So, it was a curry cup? When you buy stuff in Japan and you don't even understand what you're getting? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't even know what I'm buying, but, he tried it anyways, right? I wonder how many people are just, like, putting aside this is, this $5 bug. Putting aside that he's, making a YouTube video. Probably similar to a hotel price if you stay overnight is my guess. Yeah, so it was like, it's almost like, so it was $34 for him to basically stay overnight. That's pretty much like not a brothel. Shit, what are they called? Brain's not working tonight, guys. A hostel. There you go. It's a lot like a hostel. Hostels are really cheap. Hostels generally aren't private, though, and you end up with bunking with people, which is really awkward, right? For a hotel that you can stay overnight, there's a lot of them that are actually relatively cheap. Because this isn't like necessarily made for that, but they actually offer essentially what you can turn into a hotel stay, like a la carte a hotel stay if you want to. For relatively cheap. I thought it was going to be like $70 or something. Because usually, what happens if they have if you have a short term service, guys, and then you use it for long term, they usually got you, right? They got you for it. But in this case, it actually the longer you stay, just the more it turns into something that's more affordable. So they try to encourage you to stay longer, which arguably is what they want if they want people to actually fill up their rooms, right? To use their rooms. So it's kind of weird in and of itself. Interesting business model. And as with everything in big cities, especially in Japan, is stuff just works. Because there's so many people doing this shit. Not so many people doing this shit. There's so many people that live in Tokyo and live in the vicinity. The business is generally just profitable just by existing. That's pretty crazy. Applied some discounts. My guess is the longer you stayed, the hours, like the hourly rate goes down. It's only $49 for 24 hours. That's pretty good for a hotel. Yeah. And it has a shower, too. Hey, Unhuman. Japanese local vibes, yep. That was also, he said, so that wasn't like a storefront, by the way. That was like a hotel that was in like a suite in a building. Because it was like on the 4th floor, he said, so you'd have to kind of know that it was there to go to it. So maybe it's something more local. Canned miso soup. Ah! Yep. Just soup. I mean, miso soup isn't bad. Would I want to drink it out of a can? Possibly not. I mean, that's kind of like V8, right? And V8, I used to drink V8 for a while, but a couple things is, A, V8 has a shitload of sodium in it, and if you get the low sodium V8, it doesn't really taste like V8. So, yeah. I used to buy V8 for a decent amount of time, too. So, and V8, by the way, actually isn't that bad for you. As it turns out, it's pretty good for you. But they get the full flavored V8, it has a shitload of sodium in it, unfortunately. That reminds me a lot of V8, or maybe more so like just drinking like chicken broth or something. They'd raise power prices by 30%. I mean, that's kind of accurate. Depends on what their electricity generation is coming from. Microwave train, huh?
The next station is Anda, JY2. The doors on the left side of...
Ah! I have to catch up with One Piece, guys. Not quite there yet. I'm doing... So, for a long time, I did not watch One Piece because I watched up to episode 600, and it was turned into a task, a chore. It's like 700 or something where I had to catch up with the series. It was like 300 episodes. It took me fucking like a month. I finally did. And basically, I'm going to turn it into a yearly thing where I basically catch up with the series, and I last left off with it in February last year. So, I'm about due for my 50-episode injection of One Piece. Which, honestly, based on how slow it moves, is something that, you know, makes... Yeah. I think you could only watch it in 50-episode blocks because the thing fucking moves so slow. One of the problems with the series. Good, though. Let's upload. Alrighty, guys. We're going to move on to the Reddits here in a second.
They do not have to win.
Five views. Why is it 5 views? This is 11 views. Why does this have 5? Oh my god, Unhuman! 3 months? You're on a 2-month streak? Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for your continued support. Very much appreciate it. Ben. Done and done. What? Inconsistent consistency. Okay. This I also named wrong. Maybe I should save it as live stream instead of full stream. I don't know what people... Actually, check your takes. Full. Live stream. Live stream is actually... Hey. Actually, live stream might be real life streaming. Oh, actually, I don't know. Live stream just refers to streams that are live. I went on 100 dates in 24 hours. Oh my god, I bet they're amazing because you have a boatload of money, and you basically paid them to be your date. Good. Okay. Should upload clips instead of full streams? I do upload clips. They're under my highlights section. I don't make them that often, that's why they have their own subsection. Full streams are just full uploads. Generally make highlights for things like dev blogs, dev updates, or analysis on content for game patches. S3 ranks displayed after 5 wins and 15 losses instead of 720. Will this improve comp? No. The idea of coding something? Yeah. Getting rid of 720 is like 720 here is to hide what happens behind the scenes when your MMR changes or what influences your MMR so people can't game the system. Set your rank is updated to you publicly or visibly after 7 wins or 20 losses. And that's there particularly so you can't suss it out. Why the Overwatch community hates every hero. Broken, one shot, no skill. Annoying to fight. There's Farah. Have to aim up. Certified inters, what does it even mean? Baptiste is annoying to fight. I play Bouncy Castle with you constantly. Uh-oh. Overwatch dev blog explaining matchmaker goals plans part 2. Huh. They have a TLD. Oh, this is actually pretty in-depth. Let's take a look at this, guys. Interesting. Let's get Charles in here.
Google Cloud.
Welcome back, heroes, for part 2 of our matchmaking series.
Oh,
In part
one second, guys. I'm going to go grab soda. You're back.
Part 1, we talked about how matchmaking works. It's an incredibly complex system that needs to consider many different inputs to make every single game as fair as possible. For Part 2, we're going to address some community concerns regarding the matchmaker from the perspective of the competitive game mode. Let's get into it. TL, Doctor, your ranked games are formed
Doctor,
based
your
on
rank.
your internal matchmaking rating, MMR, regardless of your displayed skill tier. MMR changes based on the result of each match, with the amount of MMR you gain or lose depending on several factors like how highly rated your opponents were or how recently you last played. Our team is aware of some community pain points with competitive and matchmaking. We have a set of improvements coming to matchmaking, and we're also...
Mainly it's the fact that they have two different ranked systems in the game right now. One is your actual ranked emblems / SR, which for some reason is not attached to your internal MMR, which is the new system they transitioned to in Overwatch 2. But for some reason they kept the old system hooked up, but it didn't properly reflect the new system for whatever reason. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense. And they never explained why that was the case. And actually, as I've described or actually talked about in my last video, in my last when we covered the MMR system part 1, is that it seems like they transitioned to a new system and then just never got rid of the old. It's antiquated and is a system that they never completely removed or fixed or flushed out. Like if you were going to replace a new system, an old system with a new system, why would you keep the old system around? Like it didn't make sense, and they never explained their logic behind keeping it.
also working on updates to the competitive system. For competitive play in Season 3, we'll reduce the number of wins between competitive updates from 7 to 5 wins or 20 to 15 losses.
Matter.
For our matchmaker, we're implementing role delta changes that will match similarly ranked players with...
So in the case of the 5 and 20 or the 5 and 15 and 7 and 20, People got pissed off because they had to wait so long to see their rank change and it turned into an anxiety thing, which it wasn't. It actually should reduce anxiety. But some people get so like stuck in the motion where they have to see a rank change that they then feel as though they're entitled to see it no matter what. It was really weird. It actually like it reduces the whole thing is it reduces it, and it hides the weighted system in the background because it's not just based on your wins and losses anymore.
Within each role. Season 4 will include additional information about your current wins and losses on the competitive update screens. Our team has begun work on longer-term features and updates for both the matchmaker and competitive game mode, and we look forward to sharing more on those plans in the future. Here's what we're currently seeing in Ranked. We've seen your feedback on matches with wide skill variation, and we want to talk about a few reasons that could be happening as well as our plans to address your concerns. We allow players to group together even when there's a difference in the MMR between party members, and this is a major source of wide skill disparities in matches.
You don't fucking say. There's a reason they didn't allow it in Overwatch 1. We are respinning the wheel at this point, guys. So whoever came in to either replace the old developers or thought they're smarter than the old MMR system now has to take on the weight of that old system. The teething issues they had, the problems they went through in the old system, they're now going through in Overwatch 2 because they decided that they're going to make a better system, and then they didn't. And now they're going to have to redo everything they did in Overwatch 1. Really, really fucking weird. Like in Overwatch 1, for instance, you couldn't group. Groups could only play against other groups, right? Yeah, in Overwatch 2, except for like 2 stacks in ranked. And in Overwatch 2, until you reach GM, you can play in 5 stacks. Why? I don't know. My guess is they want to encourage people to play in groups so that they can fuck over people. And basically, that's what happens generally is in pub stomp groups is you fuck over the solos because they're solo players. And there's a lot, as I said, there are a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of differences between pubs, a bunch of solo players, and a group of friends, because these guys actually care about each other. They're willing to work together, and or they actually just know everyone and they know what they're capable of, supporting each other. It's an entirely different system, which is why they decided to keep them separate in Overwatch 1. In Overwatch 2, they're like, how could this hurt? Let's put them together. And in doing so, you literally get stomped on pretty routinely in pubs, but they don't tell you, in quick play that is, pubs and quick play, they don't tell you because they don't show you who's in groups, because then you would know you're getting pub stomped. So they keep you in the dark so you don't know you're getting pub stomped while you're getting pub stomped, probably to encourage people that are in groups because they're having fun to spend more money. That's the dark underbelly, is when people are in groups jacking off with each other, they're willing to spend more money on a game because they're having fun, right? They're having fun at the expense of other people's fun because they're in an unbalanced scenario. The whole reason you have SBMM is to prevent shit like that, right? You could just remove SBMM if you want a system like that, and it'd basically be the same thing. And by the way, I don't think they should remove skill-based matchmaking. I think that's very important for everyone to actually have fun. And while it gets sweatier at higher MMR, you should just be accustomed to the fact that you aren't always going to win. It's just the way it's going to work. I don't win all the time, for sure. And it's just the way that things work. Yeah, because there's just people, and even then, sometimes you can prevent the loss, and sometimes you can't prevent the loss, and there's all different sorts of things that happen. But like the whole let's remove SBMM stems from usually streamers that want to show off how skilled they are by dicking on people of lower skill. That's the way it works. When you're playing COD or when you're playing PUBG, I don't even know if PUBG has skill-based matchmaking in it. You play a game and you want to show off how skilled you are basically by fucking over people that are lower skilled. You don't want to play against people of your skill because then it doesn't show you how skilled you are, right? Yeah, because there's other people that are around your skill level, even if there's far less of them. The thing is that people can't really show it off if there's far less of them because there's no real visual representation, and games don't always do a very good job of showing you how far of the sliver of the pie you're part of, right? When you look at a distribution of players, how far down this tail end into the skill level you are. I think in Overwatch 1, there used to be a post on it. In Overwatch 1, when you were in GM, it's like the top 2% of the player base or something. So you're top 1%, you're in a very select group of individuals, but that isn't displayed to, no, you have to dig for it. It's not told to everyone. Everyone thinks it's a linear distribution, notches in a post between people at different skill levels, and it's not. It's not the way weighted distributions work. It's not the way a ranked system works. Depending on which game you're talking about, it's not the way a ranked system works. Because it's not just, oh, you play enough and you get to the top MMR and that's it.
Matches. We're working on some changes that will match parties with similar MMR disparities together more frequently, which we...
Yeah, and as I was talking about before, in Overwatch 1, just getting back on topic here, in Overwatch 1, they didn't have this because they knew this was not just a can of worms, but it was also something that's very, very difficult to balance. And they just made it so that groups play against groups, and they generally didn't because it was a huge deal. It was a pain in the ass because they're ultra fucking sweaty. That's who you're playing against. In Overwatch 1, groups didn't want to play against groups because they knew the other group was going to be super fucking sweaty, so it became unfun. But in Overwatch 2, they're still sweating, only you're playing against puggers, you're playing against pub stomping them, so then these guys just get dicked on over and over and over again, and these guys go, oh, this is so much fun, oh, did you see how horrible they were playing together, oh my god, these, like, literally zero voice comms in any way, shape, or form on pubs, yeah, these guys are so fucking bad, and yeah, they're having a gay old time at the expense of basically normal players.
We expect to noticeably reduce how often we make wide matches. This will make it much less likely for a solo player or a party with a narrow skill disparity to end up in a match with a wide skill disparity. Often matches with a wide displayed skill tier difference still look very close when looking at the difference in MMR between the two teams. The partial rank reset at the beginning of the season may be exaggerating this by making it look like someone is lower than their actual rank.
Yeah.
However,
because they have different
regardless
ranks.
of the seasonal reset, both skill tier and MMR can decay over time for players who are inactive for a considerable amount of time. Players who return may see dramatic shifts to their skill tiers as they resume playing regularly, and the game becomes more certain of that player's current skill. We've also seen the community talk about inconsistent games or how some games feel incredibly one-sided, and that feedback has been helpful. Understanding what causes one-sided
unrelated to the rank system, there is a shitload of cheating in Overwatch 2, and that can 100%, you have a guy that pushes a button, the matchmaker cannot fucking factor in this guy pushing a button over and over and over again, because he doesn't know when he's going to push the button or what's going to trigger him unless he's doing every match. What triggers him into pushing that button that increases his skill level dramatically, right? Yeah. So maybe over time, it could put him in the right position where he's going to be in games, but there's still going to be this wide disparity if he toggles in one game and then doesn't toggle in the next game between where he's actually at and where his cheat rank essentially is. Yeah, which is unrelated to the rank system being broken.
Matches and how to reduce their frequency has become
There's a lot of cheating in Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch 1.
This is a tricky problem because one-sided matches can happen in Overwatch, even between balanced teams. So, our first step has been to study the problem and understand the various factors that cause one-sided matches.
Problems where it's objectively balanced matches where you think they're balanced but they aren't.
Competitive updates are another topic we've been exploring. We want you to feel a sense of progression without needing to focus on a super granular number like a skill rating, but we feel, and agree with the community, that competitive updates are a bit too infrequent currently.
I think the 7 and 20 was perfect, and I think they just need to have it mirror the actual skill of the player, not this stupid fucking whatever rank on the outside. I don't even know what it is, just a gold star rank? What does it even mean? I don't think they even know. I don't even know how they factor it in. I don't know what your outward-facing rank even means because it's not reflective of the MMR system. So what is the outwardly viewable rank? What does it even mean? They've never actually explained it.
Here's the direction we're taking moving forward. What we're doing in Season 3 based on community feedback. We're implementing some updates to the matchmaker that try to place pairs of players with similar MMR on each role on either team. This means that opposing tanks should be more similarly matched than before and likewise for the other respective roles.
Tanks matter a lot.
The goal with this change is to make the average MMR between each role more evenly matched to each other instead of looking more broadly across the entire team to balance things out. This is a major change.
Yeah, and it matters a lot because if your MMR is different inside of your roles, especially in a role that has much more meaning than other roles, I'd say DPS is at the bottom of the barrel now, unless they're like aimbot level. Inside the roles, if you have a tank that doesn't reach like the skill floor of playing a tank where they have a general idea of going to when they should go to objectives, when they should contest, when they should apply pressure, putting aside, like the meta or the macro strategy aspect, which is really big for tanks, if they don't understand that, it really doesn't matter what this extra skill bit is attached of how many fire strikes they're hitting or when they get a pin or get a pick or something, because what really matters, if they don't have this baseline skill set down, you are at a huge disadvantage. Because then they don't know when to apply pressure. and they're essentially worthless as a tank. Supports being able to heal properly also matters a shitload. And DPS are kind of at the bottom of the barrel because, as it turns out, supports can actually put out a significant amount of damage. Yeah, especially if they're cheating, like the Baptiste we had the other night that had 15,000 damage at the end of the match, 15,000 damage and more limbs than anyone on his team. Yeah, like 25 limbs or something like that because he was cheating. Yeah, putting that aside. Yeah, they have to balance inside of the class roles, which makes a lot of sense because this game is no longer you can pick whatever role you want, right? You have to stick to your roles, and if you have one, they could actually have different skills. Let's say the average skill between roles, like you have two roles that are of the same average skill, they could have a skill discrepancy between the tank, the DPS, and the support, and they could potentially just average these two out. But the players inside these brackets between the roles themselves on both sides need to be the same. And it's kind of surprising, once again, that they haven't taken that account, because I'm pretty sure it did in Overwatch 1. And here we are, respinning the wheel again. We're remaking the old system.
Change to the matchmaker, so we'll be actively monitoring for any unintended side effects. We've seen feedback that having to play as many as 26 matches to get an update has been discouraging for players. Starting with Season 3, you'll now get a competitive update with every 5 wins and 15 losses. In the mid-season patch for Season 3...
They could probably even change this. Why does it have to be 5 and 15? They could just make it every 15 games or every 10 games, regardless of wins or losses. The offset of 7 and 20 and 5 and 15 seems as though that offset is there because losses have more of an impact. They want you to see less how much of an impact losses have on your game than wins. In terms of you viewing it as an outside source, it shouldn't matter. It should just be all the same. So 15 games, 10 games. After you see 10 games, then it should give you an update, right? Why there's a difference between wins and losses, I'm still not completely sure of. That has to be something with losses having more weight on your MMR in an unforeseeable way that they don't want you to see than wins do. Because there's a difference here, and the more obfuscated number is the larger one, right? Because after 5 wins, you can see it, right? And after 15 wins, you can see it. So there must be stuff that happens in losses that you can easily suss out more so than in win games, which is weird. They should just change the number to like 10 or 15 games, whatever they want it to be. So you aren't stuck in like limbo of more games on each side of the spectrum.
UI. So information about your progress toward a competitive update will always be viewable.
Very weird.
Also, beginning with our mid-season patch, top 500 players will see their top 500 leaderboard rank updated after every match rather than in competitive updates.
That's interesting. So that just completely changes. So once again, if they're this completely throws out the 5 and 15 system. If you can see your update after each match, you can get a generally granular idea of what you're doing in each match and how much it's changing things. Unless the outwardly facing rank is still not linked to your internal MMR, at which point your top 500 rank being changed. I don't even know how do they gauge it if it's not influenced based on your internal like skill rating. What the fuck?
What we're doing in the near future, we've heard your feedback and confusion around seasonal rank decay and rank resets. Starting with Season 4, we're planning to remove seasonal competitive rank resets and all current and past seasonal rank decay.
What?
We'll continue to build out competitive updates in Season 4 when we add information about your current wins and losses to the competitive update screens. We're hoping this additional context will help you better interpret changes to your skill tier and division in the update. We're also looking into possible ways to provide you with more information about the matchmaking quality of your game.
What? Starting with Season 4, we're planning to remove seasonal competitive rank resets and all current and past seasonal rank decay. The whole reason you have decay is because you aren't as skilled as you were when you were playing the game actively, so you need a reintroductory period. What are they doing? Why would you do this? What? We'll continue to build competitive updates in Season 4 when we add information about your current wins and losses to the competitive update screen. Hoping additional context will help you better interpret changes to your skill tier and division in the update. Am I just not understanding something here? What these blog posts, guys, about the matchmaker are some of the most convoluted shit I've seen. Then again, with the last patch, they nerfed Sojourn by not nerfing her railgun, which is what people have problems with, but instead nerfing her mouse one. Yeah, that's not what was unbalanced about her. And with Kiriko, they nerfed her overall healing instead of her Senju bean, her Sensu bean. Her fucking invulnerability, which really fucking matters because it literally destroys entire parts of the game. And its invulnerability that isn't even an ultimate is horrible. It's horribly broken. I don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. And this is weird because in Overwatch 1, you generally could figure out what they're doing. These guys have no idea what they're doing. What the fuck is this shit? So, starting with Season 4, we're planning to remove seasonal competitive rank resets and all current past and seasonal rank decay. So DK, putting aside the rank resets, DK is there because when you leave the game and you come back, you are not going to be in the same position from a competitive standpoint as prior. The DK is there not to make you feel bad as a player, it is there to help you get back into things. And then obviously you can level up a lot faster once you get back into things. Rank resets aren't entirely necessary, depending on how much data they have on you. So the rank resets part itself is completely separating the decay. Separating the decay from the rank resets. Rank resets aren't really necessary unless their MMR system completely changes. So they need to reevaluate basically players from the ground up. Or they don't have enough data on you because in season 1, the last season was generally incomplete, and they could still do this behind the scenes, right? They could still reset your data if you've been gone for a really long time or something. This is really fucking weird. This is really weird. Decay has generally been understood in most games. Even Dead by Daylight has finally added decay to their game as far as you leaving and coming back. Decay is important because you are not the same person you were when you last played competitive for 2 years and you came back like 6 months later or something. Decay is important. It's not there to make you feel bad. And then they explain why they removed it. What are they even doing? Like, this is something that they easily figured out. And yeah, so Unhuman, my guess is, as I mentioned earlier and in my past videos, is I think there's a new development team there with new blood, and they think they know better than what was already there. And they're basically trying to redo everything, basically trying to make a better system. But in doing so, they encountered a lot of the problems that the first team encountered before they were there. And it's not just Kaplan. Obviously, a development team is made up of multiple individuals. But it's really fucking weird that what we were seeing through reading the MMR patch notes is it seems like they have a new system. Their new system does not work as good as the old system, hence why there's so many people that are angry about it. Their new system does not work as well as the old system, and they're trying to fix problems that the old system already solved within their new system. By redoing the wheel. Like, decay is not something that's not understood. Like, most people, you guys understand this, right? If you leave a game for like 6 months or a year, you're not going to be the same person when you come back. And it is there to edge you in. So the games that you play after, while you're in, let's say, decay mode, while you're in decay mode, when you come back, will have more meaning once you get into things, and it'll plateau, right? Because when you're being introduced, your MMR, your changes, you might be a lot better when you come back too. Who knows? When you come back, are going to have a lot more influence on your MMR, and then it's just going to level off again, right? So it'll get you more aligned back into the position you're in, like your placement games, let's say at the beginning of the season, get you more back into the MMR you should actually be in, and then also help you ease into things too. Like, let's say if you got Rusty, which most people do, you got Rusty, or if you download a cheat, maybe it'll put you back into the tier you should be in. Maybe it'll put you back into the tier that you should be in. But yeah, it definitely seems like their development team is different than what it was in Overwatch 1. And whoever's in charge of this shit are very inexperienced, and they think they can make a better system, and they don't understand why things were done in the old system. And it reminds me a lot of someone looking at someone else's coding and not knowing why it's there, and then basically having to redo it, either because the documentation wasn't there, or they honestly just think that the coding sucks and they can do a better job. Like if there's no good documentation with coding, if you've ever done coding, or they can do a better job just right out of the get-go, and then they're just redoing everything they did in Overwatch 1. Everything, like almost everything we're seeing here is just them. I haven't seen things that are just better than Overwatch 1. The only thing I think is better here is two things. One is that your MMR, your skill, is not directly related to just your wins and losses. I think there's a lot more that goes into games, whether or not you win or not. You can be really good and fucking perform your heart out and still lose. That doesn't make you a worse player, but you lost, right? It doesn't mean your personal skill and how well you did in the game, you as a person makes you horrible. It's weighted, so let's say 30% of your score comes from. It depends on how they weight the system, but 30% of your score for your MMR comes from whether or not you win or lose, right? And then other 70% can come from different elements depending on how they're tracking stats or what things they actually expect, whether or not you're in a team fight, you're participating in a team fight, how big of a difference you made in a team fight, for instance. They can definitely, if they have a good stat tracking system, they can definitely keep track of all this shit. I definitely think that your MMR as a player should definitely be based off of more than just wins and losses. I think the 7 and 20 was a good idea because it obfuscates whether or not players will be able to suss out what things help their score. And people, if they figure out there's a weighted system and something is making their MMR much higher, they will play the fuck out of that shit. They will abuse the fuck out. It doesn't matter if they throw out the game, and that's not what you want. It doesn't matter if they throw the game as long as it increases their score, because that's what people jerk off to, right? That is the reward, is your rank, your top 500 rank, for instance, right? Is your jerk off. It doesn't even matter if you throw the game as long as you get a good rank, right? So 7 and 20 is good. Basing it off more than wins and losses is good. Everything else that seems that we're seeing here is just bad. Having two ranks, one that's your outward-facing rank and one that's your inner-facing rank, and your outward-facing rank doesn't always represent your inner-facing rank. Really dumb. I don't know why that exists, but it does. It could just be another way of obfuscating the inner workings of the MMR system. But as we are seeing based on the Steam rules, it is not working extremely well. So, yeah, I don't know. Really, definitely seems like there is a new dev team for the MMR, and they are not necessarily super great at what they're doing. And part of it could be because Kaplan left, and my guess is part of the team also left along with Kaplan. Just it wasn't public because Kaplan was basically the face of Overwatch for a long time.
Long-term plans and goals in the long term. We're planning to provide new ways for players to share a challenging and competitive experience in Overwatch 2. We'll share more on this down the road. That said, matchmaking improvements are an evergreen area of focus for the team, and we'll stay focused on testing and deploying continuous improvements to our matchmaking algorithm. Finally, we'll continue to watch for your feedback and improve upon the overall ranked experience over time. Our goal continues to be delivering matchmaking that feels fair and balanced for everyone.
There's just a lot of fluff in that, guys. Long-term goals and plans. This reminds me of, like, if you have someone that has a job and they're really good at shit-talking, this reminds me just of a lot of bullshit. This whole thing right here just reminds me of if you have a car salesman trying to sell you a car and they fill it with a bunch of buzzwords and just random jargon that has nothing to do with actually fixing the system or things that they're tackling. This reminds me of fluff and bullshit right here. So it could actually be that people who are in this system might actually not be good at what they're doing too. If they have to make up a bullshit statement, yeah. And then they have this reminded me of closing thoughts right here. Now we have a second closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. The goal of our matchmaker is to make each match as fair as possible.
Okay.
Meaning your team has an
Which
equal
would have been a
chance
goal.
of winning or losing each individual match. We firmly believe the most
But
fun
of course
games
it
of
is, right?
Overwatch are when they are fair, and our team is
Okay,
committed to
there it is
discovering and
again.
implementing new changes and updates that align our game with that goal.
But they don't really
Overwatch
talk about
2 is a
them.
continually evolving experience with new game modes, new heroes,
Not really.
and new maps to explore.
Aren't
This
really new
also
game
means
modes.
we need to provide a constantly updated experience that can deliver the fairest possible matches through effective changes to how our matchmaker works and through clear communication with all of you. We look forward to seeing all of you on the battlefield.
Yeah, honestly, it strikes me as a lot of bullshit here. Like if you're just listening to someone just bullshit with you. All right, maybe there'll be more information here. Let's take a look at this.
Q. Do you deliberately place players into winner queues and loser queues? There are no winner or loser queues in Overwatch. Your current MMR is the only thing the matchmaker takes into consideration when forming your matches. The matchmaker doesn't force a 50% win rate on anyone, nor do we favor certain players over others. At its core, our matchmaker is a mathematical formula used to place similarly ranked players together.
I mean, they do because they love pre-mades to stomp pubs, so yeah, they do actually favor someone, maybe not in their MMR purely in their rating, but choices they have made definitely favor certain groups of individuals.
In a match with the goal of creating as fair of games as possible.
Yeah, so I would agree with this, that they're probably trying to mathematically make the fairest games as possible. They aren't doing a good job, though. And that if there's puggers in there, if you have a pre-made and a 5-stack playing against pubbers, you're probably going to stomp the shit out of them, which is favoring certain groups of individuals. Winners and losers queues. By the way, guys, I played a significant amount of Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of the Storm generally feels like a system that has SPMM too. It honestly feels like they designed the game to make you sit you at a 50% win rate. So this is kind of old logic. I don't think this has ever been the case in Overwatch in any way, shape, or form, in the new system or the old system. But in Heroes of the Storm, the game definitely tries to keep you at a 50% win rate in quick play. Maybe not in ranked. I don't know how. I never really played ranked because there's no one that plays ranked in Heroes of the Storm anymore. But in quick play, they'll pair you with some very unskilled individuals to offset it, and it's usually based. It seems like it's based on win rate, and it could just be that it keeps you around 50% because that's just where equilibrium ends up at 50% win-loss rate. But I don't think that's the case in Overwatch at all.
Q. Why do I sometimes have a large win or loss streak? Sometimes, if a player goes on a very long win-loss streak, it's indicative that their internal rating is not well calibrated.
No.
The best way to calibrate your rank is to continue playing.
Or they're playing with a pre-made and then they weren't. Or they're still playing with a pre-made and then they weren't. Or they were going against pre-mades and then they weren't. Surprise! Pre-mades make a huge difference. Ah! Yeah, no way, right? No fucking way. But they aren't saying that, and they aren't going to mention that, but pre-mades 100% throw off every single fucking metric in the book.
Playing competitively.
And even in Overwatch 2, or Overwatch 1, I understood that if you're in GM, you generally have to duo queue, and people still duo queue all the time in Overwatch 2. Especially if they're in GM, because having two really good people on your team that you know that are experienced with each other and know what they're doing is a pretty big deal.
The more data we have, the closer you'll get to a rank that
It's one of the things I never did in Overwatch 1.
However, there are times when players are going to get lucky with their win streaks or the opposite with loss streaks.
Sure.
We're investigating this and we'll be testing some changes to see if we can reduce this kind of streaking in the future.
So they do admit that there is streaking and that it's unrelated to just random RNG, which RNG, guys, when it comes to stats, you'll have a distribution, right? And people will end up in this distribution. You'll have some people that will be really lucky or really unlucky, right? People win the lottery. Not everyone wins the fucking lottery, right? There's a lot of unlucky people for that one lucky person that wins the lottery. So while there is RNG, which can just be random, at the end of the day, there is a problem where there's streaking, and my guess is directly related to pre-mades, and the other one is cheats, is my guess. The cheating part in Overwatch 2, as I've talked about on my stream multiple times, cheating in Overwatch 2 is much, much worse than it was in Overwatch 1. Overwatch 1, you used to have to go to like backroom forums, or you'd have to go to like Chinese marketplace like Taobao to find cheats. In Overwatch 2, you can type 2 words into Google, Overwatch cheats, and find working cheats for the game, including public free options. I'm not teaching you how to cheat if you're too stupid to type Overwatch cheats into Google, or someone thinks this is select knowledge. It's not. Including public forums with working cheats on them. And they'll even teach you how to make cheats for the game. So, yeah. Have you ever played the lottery? Of course I have. When the jackpots get high enough, I usually go and buy a lottery ticket. You drastically increase your odds of winning by buying a single lottery ticket than if you didn't at all. I don't buy more than one. I don't do like 5,000 rolls or something like that. I just buy a lottery ticket, and that's just the way it is. So when like you get like the lottery gets up to like $1 billion, I'll buy a lottery ticket because it's $2, and if I win $1 billion, that's great. Or $3. If I win $1 billion, that'd be fucking fantastic. But I don't expect to win, and it probably will never win. But you know, the difference between buying a lottery ticket and not buying a lottery ticket is the difference between you having an iota of a chance and you having no chance. It's a really good way of looking at things. And don't go buy 5 million tickets or something. Just one ticket is all it takes to actually get a chance at winning. Otherwise, you have no chance of winning. So, but yeah, anyways, going back to streaking, guys. Yeah. So there is a problem. They understand there's a problem. This is them admitting to that, by the way. They understand there's a problem with streaking in their game, and it's unrelated to just RNG luck. So, yeah, my guess is it's either pre-mades or cheating.
Q. Does my competitive rank affect matchmaking? We only create matches based on players' MMR, not the visible competitive rank.
So, your competitive rank, your competitive rank, once again, there's two types of rank. There is the outward-facing system, which you think is your actual rank, and then there's the inner-facing MMR. Why these two are different, I still don't understand. We've talked about them multiple times, but they're different. And as I've mentioned back in Overwatch 1, and still think is true, is when you are in quick play, you are still in ranked. You are playing ranked in quick play. It's just weighted differently, because why would they throw out the data? It's not like you're a different person. Maybe you get like a performance anxiety or something, but your rank in your ability to perform in quick play should be relatively on par with your ability to perform in ranked to a certain extent and competitive to a certain extent, right? And you can weight that and go, give so much of a balance to what people are doing. But with enough games, you're going to throw out the games, for instance, where someone just fucks around, right? The ones that are the outliers, you can actually form a pretty good baseline from just someone playing quick play, even if they don't play competitive. There's no reason to throw out the data from quick play in and of itself, unless it's a lot different than competitive is, which is one of the problems I have with the game is that quick play is not all that different from competitive, and it honestly hurts their casual player base, in my opinion. Putting that aside, yeah, so they're basically admitting to that, but
a player's visible rank will move towards their rating over time as they continue to play during a season. When we decay ranks at the beginning of a season, this has no effect on players' underlying ratings.
And they said they're removing decay. Or were they just removing decay rank? They don't do a very good job of separating. They don't do a very good job of separating internal MMR from their external visible system. So starting with Season 4, we were planning to remove seasonal competitive rank resets, which might mean they're only changing the visible rank reset, not the internal MMR system. So it could be that with their wording, like I said before, has a lot to be desired here. It could be that they're only removing the rank reset from your visible rank and your visible seasonal rank decay. Not your rating behind the scenes. And I actually think that they confuse themselves sometimes in this wording. I have to go back through and re-talk about this because I took a certain stance on it earlier, which is that this was the internal system that you're actually rated on. And it might not be. This is only the visible badge that everyone sees. This is not the internal system, which is how the matches are formed. But they talked about it as if it was the internal system on how matches were formed. So maybe not. Like, they need two different words here, and they don't use two different words to describe two different systems where they intermingle each other. They interwork and intermingle with each other a lot. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so they're just basically saying that their outward-facing rank does not influence their inward-facing rank, and it never will. Does my competitive rank affect matchmaking? And they did not specify whether they're talking about competitive or quick play. What is going on here? Which would be different, right? Which is the whole thing I just talked about with it.
Q. Why does the quality of my matches go down at the start of a season? When Season 2 went live, a lot of players who stopped playing during Season 1 came back, so the population of players playing ranked changed dramatically overnight.
Yep.
Ratings are a measure of your skill relative to the rest of the players you interact with. Events that cause the population to change a lot will result in some turbulence.
Yep.
We're exploring some ideas for how to tackle this in the future.
Like remove decay? Okay. But I've mentioned this before. It's not just in Overwatch 2, but in Overwatch 1. The worst time to play is when everyone comes back. Like, first couple days is the worst time to play. When everyone's getting situated.
Q. Can we do a full rating reset? A full rating reset wouldn't create a great experience since it would mean throwing out all the knowledge we have about players. This would
And basically allow you to play against people that might be vastly over or under your rank, which could lead... It's like saying, can we just have not having skill-based matchmaking games, right?
cause new players to be matched against our pros, which is fun for about 30 seconds. We've experienced this ourselves in internal playtests.
Yeah.
To be clear, ratings aren't a 100% accurate representation of every player's skill. Some players aren't in the right spot, but the system is a vast store of knowledge about the relationship in skill between millions of players, most of whom have never even directly played against one another.
Once again, we're assuming they're talking about internal MMR, not the externally facing system. The rating, your MMR rating, not the external badge. On a hard stuff, get a low rating. You're playing Mercy on support is one of the possibilities.
Q. Why am I hard stuck at a low rating that doesn't
Assuming they're
reflect
actually
my
skilled.
skill? Ultimately, the only way you can increase your rating is to win more matches than you lose. Since we're
Not true. There are people that, once again, the whole reason they have the 5 and 20 guys is because it's not based purely on wins and losses, which is very true because there's people that have ranked up off losses and there's people that have ranked down on wins. So this they're like already lying. Already off the bat they're lying. So what?
putting any given player on a random team with 9 random other players, with enough matches, that player's contributions are the only constant factor throughout, so their rating should end up reflecting their skill. There are some
there's inconsistencies in their QA within their own dev blog about stuff they're talking about. It's like either multiple people wrote this or whoever's writing this is just bullshitting people most of the time. Ultimately, the only way you can increase your rating is to win more matches than you lose. But we know that's not true. So what? And then at the top, if you're at the top, that means if you, let's say, lose 50.1% of your matches, that means you're going to go down, right? Until you stop and you go back up. That'd be the old system, which is almost completely based on your wins and losses, if not completely.
interesting phenomena here, though, that make this more complicated. For example, we have data showing that matches become less predictable the lower the average rating of a match.
Yep.
Predictability is a measure of how likely
Yeah, consistency, because consistency starts mattering whether or not people can make headshots, how they're feeling, whether or not they AFK in the middle of a match. I could 100% believe. We remember when we talk about Dead by Daylight, and I talk about the weighting system in their skill-based matchmaking and how certain things matter. I said in Dead by Daylight and in older systems too. In Dead by Daylight, this lower 50% of the player base, you can just whack off and never make any balancing changes or ever look at them as part of your player base in any way, shape, or form. These guys down here have no idea what the fuck they're doing, and might not even be playing the game in a normal way because they're so bad or they just don't care, right? And potentially they could get good. But this lower 50% of the player base, we can just assume has generally no idea what they're doing, and as such, you should just throw out the data. You put them all in their wood tier. You could just call it wood tier. Why even call it bronze? You can put them in wood tier, which includes silvers and golds. Just put them in their wood tier here and just never look at them because what they do down there doesn't make sense to most people because they're just playing a game that might not even be the game that you're talking about, right? They're so bad or don't care or whatever that you can't pull meaningful data from that, and it'll actually corrupt your metrics. You'll pull data that'll make your other metrics look bad because you won't be able to figure anything out based on it because it's pseudo random. Like they're losing their fucking mind. They have no idea what they're doing down there. And as such, it wouldn't necessarily, it's not even good data, in my opinion. It's not good, it's not metrics that you want because they generally don't even know what they're doing. So why would you? So the whole reason for bringing that up for skill-based matchmaking in Dead by Daylight is because if they made balancing changes based on where you are in MMR, which I do think that MMR should influence how the game is balanced, and it should just be very visible so everyone knows what's happening, and it tells you very visibly what's happening in Dead by Daylight, not in Overwatch. In Dead by Daylight, Low MMR games are very dominated by killers because survivors have no idea what they're doing. It's an asymmetrical game, which means killers are very powerful. It doesn't matter what killer they're playing. It doesn't matter what perks they're using. They're very powerful compared to high MMR, where survivors literally can just dick all over the fucking killer if they're in a pre-made that's very organized. They can just shit all over the killer. And I have a bunch of videos about that. And different game. But there is a huge shift in power between people that have no idea what they're doing and people that know what they're doing in an asymmetrical game in that case. And you can't just make a flat buff across the board because different MMRs are going to be influenced differently by different things you do. Because, you know, a Torb turret, just like going back to the Overwatch 1 with the Council, with Council players, Torb turrets and Symmetra, they had to specifically nerf the turrets in Overwatch 1 because controller players can barely move. They can barely do shit, which is one of the reasons, by the way, controllers are horrible. They should not give them aim assist, and they should allow console players to use a keyboard and mouse because they're fucking terrible. But like I said, it corrupts the data because people that are that low in MMR, they can barely function in the game itself, can barely function in the game, but you need to work around them because they just aren't having a good time, right? But those guys can barely move their aim, and then they just die to an automated turret because it's an aimbot, right? And instead of nerfing the turrets, by the way, they could just made it so depending on the MMR, it'll be more accurate. Surprise! Once again, just making a system that is a little bit more flexible to the players that are playing in it. And for some reason, it escapes majority developers. And I don't know why. Just make it very visible so players can see what's going on. And so they can be able to deal with it when the need arises. And Dead by Daylight, it's a little bit more cut and dry than this is. But lower 50%, I wasn't talking about them jerking off their the lower 50% of the player base. It's rather you just don't make balancing decisions based around the lower 50% of the player base. And by the way, I'm not saying that everyone needs to be highly skilled. The top 50% of players includes a lot of players that aren't. They're just average Joes. So that'll include your best players, but it'll also include a lot of normal people. And you could break it up to 50, 80 to 95, and then the top 5% in terms of what's going on there. It'd be a better distribution of players, but they don't really do that. But yeah, where they're talking about basically the lower 50%, I honestly don't even think they should look at stats from lower 50%. They have no idea what they're doing. And it's just the way it is. And they could give it, who cares? If they're having fun, they're fucking around, whatever. Doesn't matter, right?
The favored team is to win because two teams never have identical ratings. One team is always going to be slightly favorite for a variety of reasons: team coordination, gameplay mistakes, and new players who are trying out different roles and 30+ heroes. The result is that we get a little bit less signal to use to calibrate ratings. We're working on some ways to use the signal we get more clearly, so stay tuned.
Signal? You mean stats? Oh god, the jargon. No, please, no signal. No signal. Just stats. The stats you're getting.
Q. So you don't take the number of eliminations, damage dealt, healing provided, or any other scoreboard stats to adjust my MMR after each match.
This would infer that what they do in the match, not completely, there's wiggle room here, but the MMR is based on more than wins and losses in Overwatch 2.
Overwatch 2, your MMR adjustment after every match is not impacted by your performance in each match, regardless of your skill tier. This is for a few reasons.
So, there's a lot of different wording they're using here. You got skill tier, you have your MMR, and then you have your rank, your outward facing rank, right? So now there's three different terms for basically the same thing, right? What is skill tier? What is the definition? I would like for them to make a glossary for every single time they try to attribute a performance metric to a player in their game as a wording for it. Because now we have skill tier, we have MMR, and then we also have your outward facing rank. And they call that different things throughout this QA and through multiple of their QAs, which is one of the reasons I think these guys are kind of don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because I don't think internally they have these terms nailed down for each other so that they can actually use firm wording and verbiage to attribute different elements to different things in their game. And once again, it's not that I don't think they have. I think in Overwatch 1 they used to, and Overwatch 2 they don't. Different development team.
We don't want players to be focused on doing things other than trying to focus on the objectives and win the match.
Yeah, so
Dealing the
once again, one of the reasons there's a 5 and 15 and 7 and 20 is they try to hide their weighted system. And they aren't completely saying there's a weighted system, but there's definitely a weighted system. We know this because you can figure it out through logical construct of how they are forming it, right? Because 5 and 20, 5 and 15 wouldn't even need to be there if you could literally get it. Besides maybe making you feel better and less anxiety or whatever. And they could just have an option where you turn it off and you turn it on. But based on what we've seen, and also from people that have played Quick Play, especially top tier players not Quick Play comp, who have top tier players who have played it, that sometimes when they win all their matches, they downrank, and sometimes when they lose 20 matches, God forsake, they lose 20 matches and then they go up in rank. There are all sorts of anecdotals to this, so we know that it's not just wins and losses, despite them saying it's wins and losses, but up there, which is what I pointed out, because it's not wins and losses. And they could just say again that it's wins and losses right here. Once again, it feels like there's multiple people just answering questions here, and they don't all seem to know what they're doing. They aren't all on the same page.
Most damage or getting kills won't help your team if your actions don't help them push the payload or capture a control point. Also, for some heroes, especially those in the support role, it can be challenging to determine if the numbers they produce reflect their skill.
Yep. Like a Lucio, for instance, that's wall riding somewhere and not actually paying attention to the match at all. Yeah, it can. Yeah, it can. And how much of their character is playing the player and how much of the player is playing the character. It's a great way of looking at it. Is the game playing the player or is the player playing the game? Yeah, and some characters are much easier to do than other characters in that regard. So, this is once again why you obfuscate the weighted system right here, is because otherwise people can abuse it, and they will, to make their superficial rating that everyone online cares about bigger.
Q. Why do streamers and pro players often have such long queue times and often end up in poor quality matches? Perhaps the largest factor that influences match quality is just the population of players at that skill level.
Yeah.
Top 500 is a small population compared to the millions of players at lower ranks.
Yep.
Towards the center of the rating curve, there are tons of players in the matchmaking queue for
normal
us to choose
distribution,
from, all
a
of whom
Gaussian
would allow for
distribution.
a good match, so it's much easier for us to ensure a good quality match. Contrast this with OWL pros, who make up something like 0.001%
Depends on how wide the
of
rating is, the
Overwatch
ranking
player
is.
population.
How fast do you want the
For
queues to
players
move?
at the very top, it's very hard to guarantee a good experience because there are just so few players. Fundamentally, it often comes down to a hard trade-off between making worse matches or dramatically increasing queue times.
Which you just said,
and they're unfortunately already very long for these players. We have some changes coming that should improve match quality for high MMR players, and we're talking about even more sophisticated things we could do in the future.
I'd be curious what sophisticated things they could do in the future, which they aren't going to tell us about. But I would actually be curious about that, like how you could dial things down even more for these players to make it more that wouldn't apply to everyone else too. That would be kind of weird. Besides you handicap them, basically what it comes down to is you get people that are really bad to put on their team so that it offsets it, which, based on watching some really good Overwatch players, I actually think they do sometimes, is they put a really bad player on their team to offset their how good the player is. So, which is generally horrible, by the way. You can only make up for so much if you got like dead weight on your team, not rhetorical dead weight, but like actual players that aren't around your skill, and then you have to try and carry them. They do that a lot in Overwatch or in Heroes of the Storm, particularly because there's less players playing, and as such, depending if how skilled you are, they're going to put you with dead weight in order to drag down your team, and it does work. It 100% works. So hopefully it's not that, but it's definitely something they can do. Okay, so let's go back through here, guys. Overall, just recapping this, it seems an awful lot like there's new developers, just like I mentioned in my last video, there's new developers that don't necessarily know exactly what they're doing. They are not all on the same page. They don't use the same glossary of terms. They don't talk about things in the same way, which is unfortunate. But it definitely shows that they are not all interacting with each other in the way that they should, which is probably why we're seeing differences in the MMR system where it's not necessarily all consistent. Throughout this QA, it looks like multiple people were responding to this in different ways, including one person saying that it's based ultimately, which there's wiggle room there, ultimately, which implies the majority of your ultimately, I'd say, is like 99.9% of your match is based on wins and losses. Ultimately, that's different than there is definitely a weighted system in the background. I'm just gonna call bullshit on that. Right here. Why am I hard stock at low rating that doesn't reflect my skill? Ultimately, the only way you can increase your rating is to win more matches than you lose. That's just bullshit. That's just straight up bullshit right there. It definitely, as I mentioned, there is a lot of anecdotal evidence to this, and logically it makes a lot of sense based on them obfuscating the ranks, the rank increases and decreases, obfuscating the ranking system with the 5 and 15 and 720. Yeah, I'm just going to call bullshit on this. And they use multiple terms for the same thing, and they don't describe it. Whoever describes this is not very good at necessarily explaining themselves all the time. Some of these guys in this QA are not very good at explaining themselves all the time. And it seems like they aren't all on the same page where they use different terminology for MMR, your outwardly facing rank that you can visibly see, your skill, your talent, your skill tier, your talent, your skill tier. Then you have reflect my skill, which I assume is the same thing as skill tier, which is different. Your inherent values of your, like you could actually use a glossary here. I guess your skill is your internal actual skill, and your MMR is the system they use that is not visible, and then you have rank, which is the outward visible system. So there's like 3 different versions for the same thing, but they don't word it in such a way, and then they use it in ways that conflict each other throughout the QA, which I talked about a couple different times throughout here. Going back to like an overall recap here, it doesn't seem like they're all on the same page with their wordage and verbiage and what they're talking about here. Their glossary of terms seems to be different between each developer that's responding to this, and I think there's multiple people here. Or the person that's responding to this doesn't even remember what they said in their earlier responses, which is even scarier. So either there's multiple people responding to this, they are not all on the same page, or you have someone that's kind of schizophrenic and doesn't really remember what they talk about, which is also very scary. So, yeah. In general, so we're going to go back to this here. Starting with Season 4, we're planning to remove seasonal competitive rank resets and all current and past seasonal rank decay. If the decay to your internal MMR, not your outward-facing rank, if the decay to your internal MMR does no longer exist, that's bad, because decay is good. Because this helps players coming back get back into the system. You need that. If it's just the outward-facing rank, what? I mean, once again, I don't understand why they have an internal MMR and then an outward rank when they aren't one and the same, but once again, it seems like either that outward-facing rank there is to confuse people and prevent them from trying to fuck with each other, or prevent them from trying to figure out the system, or there's 2 systems in place and one doesn't really reflect the old system or the new system, so I don't know, guys. Very, very weird. And throughout this, guys, we have closing thoughts and long-term goals, and long-term goals was just more closing thoughts. Good. I love when people just add fluff here. Why is this even here when this is here? I don't know. And this, you probably could just remove this. I don't even know why they talked about this. They didn't really say anything. They just said, we'll talk about more down the road. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. We're going to make a highlight of this, guys. We covered part 1 already and analyzed that, so we're going to make a highlight of this. Let's take a look further at the Reddits here, guys. Gotta wait a little bit for that to catch up now. All right. Cover the dev blog. Game put me in an empty match and Pachi was just Zarya walking. Also, another problem is with their quick play games where you get empty games or just people without them. What? There's people in there. I mean, I just put you into an empty game. I didn't see a scoreboard. My guess is the spraying or their PUBG system has a lot of things to be desired, and one of them is like just your APM is factored into the PUBG's. In fact, we have no time to chat. Comment on PUBG after a game is frankly embarrassing. Yep, the limit toxicity. Sometimes wonder what the game uses to decide to play the game. I do too. I've definitely seen shutting down alts is weighted very heavily. I think it was more designed to give people that don't give pot cheese. I guess his turret shot people, so it could have been his turret. Yeah, once again, just weighs even more into the fact that developers might not know exactly what they're doing as a PUBG system. Okay, let's make a highlight here, guys.
Part 1, we talked about how matchmaking works. It's an incredibly complex system that needs to consider many different inputs to make every single game as fair
What was the
as
name of the
possible.
patch notes?
For Part 2, we're going to address some community concerns regarding the matchmaker from the perspective of the competitive game mode. Let's get into it. TL, Doctor, your ranked games are formed
Doctor,
based
your
on your
rank.
internal matchmaking rating, MMR, regardless of your displayed skill tier. MMR changes based on the result of each match, with the amount of MMR you gain or lose depending on several factors like how highly rated your opponents were or how recently you last played. Our team is aware of some community pain points with competitive and matchmaking. We have a set of improvements coming to matchmaking, and we're also...
Mainly it's the fact that they have two different ranked systems in the game right now. One is your actual ranked emblems / SR, which for some reason is not attached to your internal MMR, which is the new system they transitioned to in Overwatch 2. But for some reason they kept the old system hooked up, but it didn't properly reflect the new system. Fucking cheap out of different... So, the ranking... There's multiple people... Oh, okay. Okay. What the fuck? It wasn't enough time? Okay, I guess we gotta wait for it to buffer longer. Let's see. 111.28. One 11. Oh. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. That so. Okay. We're gonna make a highlight of this, guys. We covered part 1 already and analyzed that. So, we're gonna make a highlight of this. Let's take a look further at the Reddits here, guys. Schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. Thinking of serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Yes. Uh, Need to nail down an internal glossary of terms that everyone consistently. Their development team decide to explain it. Nail Owen nailed down consistently. Done. Done. YouTube. Let's see. Video. Here yet. I haven't uploaded it yet. Still processing. Okay. Andy Reddits. Let's take a peek here real quick. Is it AMD FX? Okay, yep. I guess people are posting their FX chips. Okay. I'll AMD navigate mid-range GPU pressing. $31st. Okay. Done and done. Okay. Good. This is uploading. Gotta love when you export stuff, any apostrophe, Twitch turns into and pound 39 semicolon. Okay. Highlights. This is getting long, guys. It happens when... new game development content that pops out. You get everything. Podcast. Watch. 2. Publish to subscribers. Overwatch. Okay. Oh my god, I got a downvote. I got a downvote. Oh no. Someone downvoted one of my videos. Oh geez, I'm at 0% now. I don't even know. Oh boy. GPU pricing. AMD Reddit still. Difficulty with smart access memory. Stops booting Windows normally and instead BIOS every time. DVD Reddits. God. From October 2019. Was it before I started playing? Yeah. I think I started playing in 2021. Good. People still play on those settings, so. Have fun, young one. Okay. Me, a DBD veteran, a baby Bill, intentionally missing and letting him stun me for 5 minutes straight so he has fun time playing DVD and story to tell his friends. Insane chase he had. Bet. And he's smart. I bet he's part of the reason we have Bills who think they should always win chases and who thought they legitimately won theirs against you. Try to pay my experience forward in my games. And by the way, whenever anyone in this game sees someone new, it's not usually because they're doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it because it's a way of making fun of someone. So. No. Not gonna comment on that. Tell me what you dislike about a perk killer and I will fix it. This is supposed to be a speed K QA session. Be nice to have a perkless mode. No, some killers are not balanced around being perkless. Or I guess that'd be add-on lists. I'd say some killers are more dependent on perks than other killers too. Can we all agree as a collective community to shut the fuck up? No, you shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off. When someone tries to be an authoritative figure. Tell me what to do. Meter yourself, you stupid piece of shit. Alright, let's play some Overwatch 2, guys. Good. Alrighty. Go take a piss real quick here, guys. Play some games. Okay. Let's see what kind of games we get tonight, guys. Good.
Moving to Route
Oh.
66. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I generally don't pay attention to the events at all.
Strike from above.
Anyone want to hear my thing?
No, thank you.
Hey, Rocket Lady, can I make that suit in my size?
Oh, you couldn't handle one of these.
Why not? I was born to fly.
Smooth talker.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
Hey, look, guys. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say we're on lax, but we aren't.
5, 4, 3,
I am empowered.
1. Attackers in the air. Stop the payload.
Enemy here. Repulsion. Aerial positioning underway. I will not waste
Huh?
this opportunity.
Dude. How the fuck did they allow him to get all the way back over here?
Excellent teamwork. I don't think so.
Huh. Divas keep trying to get me off of here, guys. That's not good. We're eventually gonna get pegged by the Hanzo. I'm surprised he didn't get a headshot at some point in there. Pretty accurate soldier. Did she? I see kills. Oh, I said a headshot. It was. Ah, the Widow headshot. It's all over, guys. It's just about you? Yeah. Wait, what? I should have watched that. That looked weird. Why is this out of my peripheral? And the headshot again. Uh-huh. Who is that? That is, I believe, the soldier. We'll line of sight that. That's not good. No. I knew that was meant for me. There's almost no way for me to escape that.
All systems nominal. En route.
No communication going on, but yeah, like where we're seeing weird fucking shit where they're like they're posting updates on their Twitter instead of on the fucking official World of Warcraft, or not World of Warcraft, Overwatch fucking fuck. Like what? Like shit that you saw from H1Z1 days, if you guys remember back when I played there. I talked about it in the video, or when we covered it, we saw that. It's like shit that you'd see on like H1Z1, where it'd be on someone's personal Twitter, and then it'd be on their fucking forums, and then it'd be on their front page, and then it'd be on Reddit, and it's like fucking all over the place because they don't talk to each other when they're all supposed to be on the same time, and they aren't. Get her? Yes, we did. I think my head was poked through just now. Wait, what? What the fuck? I said a stroke. I think the Mercy rezzed her and rezzed me, and then I got rezzed too. I thought I was watching a kill cam for a second. Holy fuck. I thought I was watching a kill cam of the guy that killed me that got rezzed.
Play of the game.
Hachi, by the way. We just saw one kill of him using his ult to hit someone off the side of a mountain. Yeah. But yeah, I'd believe that. I could see that too. Is they just aren't communicating properly and labeling things properly. So I don't know which is right either. Yeah. And by the way, pharmacy isn't always that great. Depends on how good the Pharah is and the Mercy. Depends on a little bit on the Mercy. Sometimes you need a Mercy that can actively dodge people that try to go after her, and they aren't always good at that. You know, a 6-dimensional fighter that is Mercy.
Mind the gap. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Increasing altitude.
Double kill.
But yeah, I think after Kaplan left, it kind of hurt their development team a lot. I think he was kind of a major backbone. He probably was encountering a shitload of opposition to just stuff he was doing. Once again, it's one thing if you have a really talented team, but there needs to be leadership in a team, and not everyone. A lot of people want to stick their dick in the pie. I've talked about this it's not just Overwatch, multiple times over the year, and Blizzard tends to have a problem with it, because they got a lot of really qualified individuals that then think that they should be the ones that are in charge, and you end up with a fragmented direction for your game, where not everyone's on the same page and they kind of do their own thing. So.
Strike from
Blinkety, blinkety. Trace is here. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
My water is aged with my feet.
Aerial positioning underway. not waste this opportunity.
Too busy reading chat. We're gonna die here in a second, I'm sure.
I see an enemy.
Yeah, Widow. And
Always more to learn.
but yeah, like Kaplan seemed to be their overall direction before, and then he left.
Pushing the barricade. Strike to
And it seems an awful lot like he took everything with him, so. Aww. We got some aimbots first of the night. Let's find out.
en route.
No.
System repair. Establishing aerial position. I knew I saw something.
We're gonna bait her out.
Meteor strike.
On the move. Double taken down. Increasing altitude.
No misses.
Desert, the cheetah lives for 3 years, and the camel lives for nothing.
Health restored. Over here.
Pretty sure that's an aimbot.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Let's see. Good.
Repositioning.
Helden sterben nicht. Wittig.
Go off. Yeah. Yeah. And the soldier shows up. Good.
The robot is with us now. Let's get pushing.
Oh. And the Widowmaker. Made a nice little U shape. Good for him.
The skies await. Repositioning.
They're moving their barricade. Stop them.
Establishing aerial position.
Also possibly cheating.
Re-evaluating. Re-engaging.
Don't let them push any further.
Good. This is pre-made for sure.
En route.
Returning TS1.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I am
Like they literally just disappeared off the point, so they're trying to extend things. He's dead. Suck my dick, dude.
I'm back.
God. And the Doomfist is back for shit. No. Good.
Making another approach.
So these guys aren't even fucking playing the game, by the way. If you guys aren't noticing that, they aren't even playing. Which, once again, I'm pretty sure this is a shit lobby. Like a fuckboy lobby, where they're not even trying. So. Uh-huh. And she knew I was over here. Let's watch this. Yeah, she knew exactly where I was. So, possibly also cheating. Good.
Always more to learn.
She was looking at me through the wall and pre-aiming.
Excellent teamwork.
Fucking obnoxious to deal with.
Stop that robot from pushing.
So it might be the entire lobby that's cheating. I'm not sure on this. The Mercy's cheating. The Ana might be cheating. The Soldier is definitely cheating. The Widow also might be cheating. Yeah, and it's definitely almost... I'm pretty sure it's a complete pre-made. The Widow might not be part of it, though. Like, these guys aren't even fucking playing? There's like half their team isn't even like fucking like doing stuff for whatever reason. She just accidentally shot the Orisa instead of me, even though she was tracking me.
I don't stay down.
Good. Lovely cheat lobby. As I mentioned before, guys, this shit's pretty common, is where you'll get cheat lobbies where they'll try to extend the game to fuck on the enemy team because they have such a huge advantage they don't actually need to try. And it is very obnoxious to deal with because the game just lasts a really fucking long time, so they can draw out the match as long as possible to fuck with basically their prey. You can imagine that. Pretty obnoxious shit. Uh-huh. Fuck off, dude. Yeah. And then he came around the side to fuck with me. Good for him. Yep. Let's see if we got a pre-aim. No. So the Widow is definitely cheating too. So this is like a 4 cheat lobby, possibly 3 cheat lobby. Possibly 4, but definitely a 3 cheat lobby.
I am empowered.
Join me. My ultimate is ready.
My servants never die. Let's show him some air power.
And see what happens.
100% cheating. That guy's just waiting for him to come out.
Strike together.
This guy dumped around the corner trying to shoot me because he thought I was out of spawn. Yeah. Oh my god. Good. So there's at least 4, possibly 3, 4 people cheating in this lobby, guys. Next game. And let's do the reports here. So this was the guy that was wall, looking at us through walls. Alright, Soldier was definitely cheating. Okay. The Widow was cheating. Okay. And then the Anna might also be cheating as well, but she killed me like 3 times. Good shit. So, I think the only person we didn't report is the Doomfist. Yeah. That Mercy was very, like, the Mercy I didn't think was cheating up until that point where you saw her stare at me through the wall, navigate around half the, well, a quarter of the map to my exact position to kill me while she was in Mercy mode. Pretty impressive, guys. Yeah. Good old cheat lobby. Literally just trying, like, making quick play games last as long as humanly fucking possible in order to basically make the agonizing pain last longer. Fucking obnoxious. And it wasn't just like one, there's multiple people in that match cheating. There's no way to deal with that shit. They knew exactly what they're doing, too. Occasion, like, it's one thing to run into, like, 1 or maybe 2 people cheating in a match. It's another to run into a cheat group that then just draws out the match because they want to make the fun last longer. It is obnoxious as shit. Absolutely obnoxious as shit. Like, at the end there, or like, even halfway through the match, like, I wasn't even trying. I was trying to push the robot to make them try so that they'd actually end the match. And instead, I had to tell them to end the fucking match because they're just being obnoxious. And then they finally did. That guy, like, the fucking soldier, kept coming around, trying to jump around the corner to shoot me when I was coming out of spawn. Yeah, in my exact position while jumping around the corner. 100% cheating, like, I wasn't even trying to hide it either. Pretty obnoxious shit. Like, it's one thing if you know where the guy's sitting, it's another thing if you do it like the first time and then multiple, you know, subsequent times on top of it. And like he actually thought I was around the corner because he can't see where the spawn screen is with the cheat. He thought I was around the corner on his screen and I wasn't.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Enemy here.
Oh my god, their Widow misses. No fucking way. Fire strike! Reinhardt, fire strike! And finally hit a headshot. That'll eventually happen. Plus we got a toggle, which would be fun too. Mercy tried.
Sniper, fight toe to toe, you coward!
On the move.
Heroes never die. I see the infinite
Oh. I didn't have the angle, guys. Okay, I'm not playing a GM. Fuck's a GM? Like, who cares? We already know the developers are basically loopy, and they're off their meds, so your outward-facing rank is not your actual skill level. So, whatever reason, apparently he thinks he's good enough to play against GMs, or someone in this match is good enough to offset the fact that someone's a GM. Like, we aren't even doing bad. I don't know why you'd be complaining. Oh, it was eventually going to happen. So hoping we had a healer. I think the healer ran away. Anna's still alive somewhere. Yeah, she ran away.
Okay, my head's in the game. On the move.
Face the paws of Crusaders!
Dispersing.
Fucking railing, guys. That's why you get rid of the railings. No. Banana that misses. Surprise. Yeah. He just tried to trick shot me over the side. I heard him. I didn't look, though, because I didn't think he would make it, and he did.
Excellent teamwork. Concussive out.
60 seconds remaining.
I thought I could push it. I knew he was down there, guys, and I wanted to hit him instead of shooting at her. Ah, what a nice res spot, huh, Mercy? Very nice res.
Aerial positioning underway. Thank you.
Bye! And then headshot. So whenever I push and stop looking at the Widow, she kills me. Oh, there goes Mercy. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Our fucking Widow toggled! Right when she needed to. Isn't that great, guys? Wow, look at her go. So, OT on first point? Yeah. Yep. I guess she just got lucky with that timing. Don't worry. Do you think it'll keep going up until the point where they get the point? Let's find out. Thank God she decided that she wasn't going to headshot me. Okay. Alright, whatever the fuck that was. That was kind of weird. I fully expected to get headshot around the corner there, and she didn't, so. No. This is right here when she decided to turn on sicko mode in overtime. Is it? Yeah, this is where she headshots me. I guess she didn't roll a headshot on that one. She killed basically her entire team right there. Surprise! Ah! By the way, guys, after playing around with this keyboard, I do like my new keyboard. I got a Razer Huntsman. And by the way, getting away from key chatter on Corsair is phenomenal. Fuck key chatter up the asshole. It's a Huntsman V2. Mainly got it because of the 8,000 hertz polling, which I don't think really matters that much. It's definitely, you can feel there's less input lag than my old keyboard, which went from 5 milliseconds to 0.5. Tested by Artings. Not that I'm sponsored, by the way, but it feels really nice too. I like typing on it. The only thing I don't like is possibly the front of the keyboard should be a little bit higher, so your fingers don't need to dip as much when they come towards you. Also, don't like the fact that their LED lighting is very dim and it's splotchy. The keycaps have problems with splotches in them, so it is a clicky. I don't believe in the linear yet. Linear, I think, is kind of a gimmick. I mean, the switches themselves are not Cherry, but they have their own in-house brand, but they feel very good, so. And I actually have it on typing mode for gaming, too. The linear seems to, well, not only has problems, it's more expensive. I don't think, honestly, it would be as good as the clicky. I think linear is kind of a joke. It allows you to do things, if you guys don't know what linear switches are, putting aside linear clicks, which are different, it allows you to vary the inputs. So when you push down a key, it's either on or off. It's like a joystick where there is a variation. The amount of force that you're putting down will be translated to the game, which I guess could be good for like things like racing game or something. But
I will not wait. Hello.
Widow, Genji. Ooh.
Repositioning. I am empowered. I knew it. Tell me. You don't have to thank me.
I don't care, you know, for how much hate Cyber Psycho, by the way, for how much hate Cyberpunk got, it was a fucking phenomenal game. I still really enjoy playing that game. Just like seeing that right now, like there is the only vibes that I got that were so similar to that is Edge Runners. Has very, very similar vibes to the show, or the game. There's a lot of people that didn't play that game because it was buggy, and how buggy a game it is generally has nothing to do with how good the story is. The stories in... Oh my god. And then we got headshot. Oh, is this the cheater from... This is the cheating widow from that complete pre-made match. Yeah, so this guy's cheating.
The skies await.
That was the cheating widow from that pre-made match we're in. I guess it wasn't pre-made because he's alone now. He's not with the other guys.
We can't let them take the lead.
See. But Cyberpunk was a great fucking game in so many different ways.
Establishing aerial position.
Oh no. Thanks for landing. I just ate half his health in the air. I shot myself. I thought I could get around his side on that first one and I didn't.
Shake it off.
So sometimes, obviously sometimes I make a mistake, but sometimes you'll see me shoot around deflecting Genji. You can hit them with the AoE damage without hitting yourself. The blade. Yeah, he has an aimbot. I've definitely learned that you can deal with those guys by jetting up. Because it only seems to aim well when you're falling. If you're not falling, it doesn't do it though.
Messy, but we got it done. Defeated. I will not waste this opportunity.
Pretty sure he's cheating. We'll wait till he breaks out his cheating soldier and see what happens though. I'm pretty sure he's cheating though. Playing Widow earlier.
Establishing aerial position. Scatter. Thanks for the assist. Excellent teamwork. They've taken possession of the robot.
I knew I was gonna die when I ult, but I thought I had a line of sight and I didn't.
Time to kick some tail.
I also think that this the wrist rest on this keyboard might go bad early. See though.
I am empowered. We need that robot to turn around. I don't think so.
I need to wait for my shift to come up instead of jetting up. good.
Show 'em some air power. Into the air.
Moira by your side. I'll be right there.
Fucking Anna. There she is. I knew she was healing him. I have time to look at him, or look at her.
Shake it off.
This will cut the pain.
Repositioning.
My ultimate is ready.
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
Nanoboost administered.
Helping you out.
Patience and progress.
Anna.
Time for the reckoning. All systems nominal.
I don't know if that was all Genji or not. Also looked like abilities aligned perfectly when he went off.
My ultimate is ready.
Aerial positioning underway. On the move.
Oh!
Rains from above.
And dead.
Dispersing.
Figured out. I've learned to just not even try to kill Genjis when they ult, just run away from them.
They're in position.
I don't know. That trick works pretty good, guys. If you see someone that you think's cheating with a projectile, just go up. It's weird because going up is actually... You move slower when you try to gain altitude rather than dropping. But they always hit the drop shots, but they don't hit the going up shots. But if you stay steady at normal altitude, you also get shot. You have to go up. Interesting. Right. It's already really late. That's pretty good. Bussin'. Nope, that was yesterday. And we got our cheat game, 3210. Still alright. Super amazing. But yeah, linear I think is kind of a joke. I wouldn't go to my way to buy them. Not that necessarily they won't turn into more. You're just basically paying for a feature that isn't very... I mean, you can set it up so it's used, but isn't necessarily a feature you'll be able to use for the most part. And if it affects the key quality, so the key press quality, I don't think I'm into it. I think another downside to this keyboard is you can't... It does not... Razer peripherals, for some reason, will not remember their LED light pattern unless Synapse is running. Synapse basically will tell them what to do all the time or something. But if you turn off Synapse, they don't remember what they're doing LED-wise, which is unfortunate. And then the onboard profiles for, like, the onboard memory will not store LED information either. And you can't change between onboard profiles on the keyboard. You can with the mouse, but not with the keyboard. You might be able to set up a hotkey, which I haven't done. Also, we didn't report the Hanzo because I don't know. Because we're pretty good at dodging him, so.
Strike from above.
What is this game? How did they end up just boot everyone back to the fucking lobby? Why do these games exist? This would be very easy to program. What was that game? Why? Just like games where people leave, they should just be given a win to the other side and you should be booted back to the lobby. If people don't join within a timely manner. Because it's painful for the team that is missing players. Quality of life, guys.
Now entering. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
I'm out of water. I could use some water. No.
Take strike from above. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Does everyone know the plan?
Hi, Damon. This is London, huh? I've seen fancier.
Hello.
I'm Dinah Zeiter.
I am 3, 2, 1. Attack commenced. Capture objective A.
Thank you.
And she's dead. Pretty sure she just double headshot me. Or headshot me and then body shot me.
I'm not done yet.
Widow back here, maybe?
Increasing altitude. Thanks for this. I don't think so. Excellent teamwork.
Yeah, I don't know where our tank was. I was literally holding 3 of them back, so.
The skies await. Establishing aerial position.
Very accurate. Cash?
I will not waste this opportunity.
So. Free?
Dispersing.
Very annoying.
Up and away.
There we go. Good. I think at the beginning of the map we got hit by the McCree and the Ashe at the same moment. Almost the same moment. It wasn't a double tap. Reinhardt's dead. And did not res the Reinhardt, I don't think.
I don't stay down.
Pretty sure she was gonna res the Reinhardt if I went after him, but she didn't manage to do that, so. Fucking Christ. The moment I look away, guys, they know. He's shooting at?
I am empowered. I'm taking off. Up and away.
Very accurate soldier. That was the McCree. Lower extending to try and kill me, that's good. Oh! No! He knew! Was this hook up the entire time? It was! He waited until I queued. I knew. I thought he used it because he was using it pretty liberally up until that point, and he didn't.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Up and away. Does anyone care about moving the payload? Damage intensify. I am empowered.
Okay. Oh, they just tried to ambush me. The fuck is that? Could really use that. Okay, okay. Oh, Anna got me. And that's a res on the soldier.
Always more to learn. Thanks for the assist.
What? The fuck is this? What? They're doing a coordinated attack on me. The fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Like jump scare Roadhog? Dude. What the fuck is our team doing? Why are they creeping up when we're waiting for respawns? Oh. Fuck off, dude. I'm pretty sure this guy's an aimbot, too. Yeah. Oh my god. Holy shit, guys! Holy fucking shit! All the tea in China. You get him? No. Oh my god. We're leaving, Mercy. Pretty sure there's a pre-made 2 on top of it. Fucking Christ. Incredibly accurate fucking soldier. Holy fuck, guys. We're gonna have to kill the cow. Thank God the healers are staggered. Holy fuck, we won that! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit. Wow! I'm very certain this guy's cheating, by the way. Holy shit. We had some really good heals. Not gonna lie. Those both their healers were pretty good. There you go. Not just getting a Mercy heal bot the entire match. Mercy was pretty good. That's ridiculous, guys. Okay, I need to take a piss real quick here, and I need to get some more water. Once I get we're back. I'm not gonna lie, guys. That was a very sweaty match. Wow. Let's see. Guy. Very certain that was an aimbot. But maybe not. Holy shit. Good? Good, good, good. Murmur, murmur. Murmur. Pretty good game.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway. Messy, but we got it done.
Burrito. Lovely.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Strike from above.
So you're going with gold? Joining Overwatch?
Isn't that what you want?
When I
They definitely need to cap how often you hear voice lines, guys. Some voice lines should be very, very rare after the 100th time you've heard it. Cow and cornbread. You guys sense a naming scheme? Play, right?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture
Aerial
objective.
positioning underway.
That's unfortunate. Should have waited to use my E to get over the top. Yep.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Like we already got some weird.
Dispersing.
They got us outnumbered. Keep that in mind.
Increasing altitude.
Very accurate soldier.
Enemy here. Thanks for the assist.
God. Not gonna like The Last of Us. I already heard there's a gay relationship in it. Depends on how it's used. I don't care what sexual orientation people are.
Let's show him.
A lot of times when they have heterosexual relationships in TV series, they aren't really a big deal, though. The problem with having, oftentimes when they add things like gay relationships in TV series, is they oftentimes way oversell. Like, you're supposed to care way too much about, and it's like one series, you're supposed to care way too much about these characters. Whether or not that happens, I want your aimbot grenade. Hey, buddy. How the fuck did you get over here? I don't actually know how he got here. I think he jumped here from the roof.
My duty is being done.
Guy is incredibly fucking accurate.
Increasing altitude. Concussive out.
Helden sterben nicht.
Tried to get line of sight to the Anna, I assume was below me.
All systems nominal.
McCree's killing everyone, by the way.
Establishing aerial position.
Doesn't take the correct amount of AoE damage either. You guys aren't seeing that. Hitting a missile right there definitely should hit him on either side of the roof. It doesn't matter where he is. He's not taking the right amount of damage. So this is some sort of latency manipulation on top of his aim being incredibly accurate.
Heroes never die. Much for you to do.
My rockets are
Fish in a barrel there, guys. You might get, sleep darted. Well, it doesn't. It's nothing to do with being in the zombie apocalypse. It just happens to be that they're in the zombie apocalypse. I haven't watched it. Don't spoil it for me. I will ban you from my channel. So, I plan on binging it. I don't care if they're gay or not. It doesn't matter to me as long as it's done well and it's not just constantly shoved in your face. It doesn't matter. Arcane probably has the best versions of gay relationships. A lot of series, well, not a lot of series, there's a decent number that introduced identity politics, and it's not a big point that you get stuck on because it doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. Poor Mercy. My Mercy! Whoop. Yoink.
much better. Establishing aerial position.
Living in South Florida, all the old and dying. It's not like Arizona. This guy's 100% cheating. It's not like Arizona, though. Arizona is like basically where people, old person, basically just one giant retirement kind of community, so. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Yeah, woke bullshit or that comes across the wrong way nowadays, so very left-leaning political agenda in movies. I don't find attractive either. But if it's done well, it really doesn't matter what the sexual orientation is of the characters. So, I don't care. It was in the original games, too. Like, it's based on a game, and most people have been praising it for its accuracy of the game. So if it was in the game, then, you know, whatever. It's already been done. People enjoyed it for that, so. Used to refer to it as woke bullshit, but now left-leaning political agenda because it's more accurate. Alright, let's see.
Strike from above.
I don't think it matters. People do what they do nowadays. As long as it's not just constantly just crammed down your throat, doesn't matter to me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers
Increasing altitude.
stop the payload.
Work as a team, everyone.
I know, over here. Not doing anything, though.
Excellent teamwork.
I think he's waiting for someone to chase him. Waiting for someone to chase him. Also might be cheating. That looked like he was looking at me.
My head's in the game.
See?
En route.
Over here! Threat detected.
Taking off.
I can't resurrect them yet! Hello. My ultimate is charging. Hey. Hello.
I need to set down in jet. Yeah. That being said, I mean the character can be gay in the game, and it's not being the interpretation or how the character is presented seems different too. So even if the characters have the same checkboxes, they don't do the same thing the same way, or it's not presented to the viewer in the same way. Good. Good, good, good.
Let's show him some air power. En route. Do something. Aerial positioning underway.
Oh, that was an accident. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have preempted that. Like, why would he do that? Why would he use his melee ability when I'm up in the air? I have no idea. Fuck.
Thanks for the assist. Establishing aerial position.
Hello there.
It's go time.
Negative. Hey. No. Hello. Greetings.
You really should piece of cake.
Hello.
You really should take that piece of cake.
Good. We don't even have that many,
Greetings.
30 seconds remaining.
limbs.
Hello.
I thought I was doing really well. I mean, damage-wise, we aren't doing bad.
Good to see you. Greetings.
10 seconds remaining.
Maintain your resolve. We are almost through.
Yep.
Victory. Play of the game.
Yeah, you can't even play characters you want to anymore because then you're too cringe. And it looks like he's cheating. He just tried to shoot the Junkrat or whatever that was while he's behind the wall. So, our Sojourner was more than likely cheating. Surprise. Yeah, skill discrepancy somehow in the matchmaker. I don't understand how. Pretty sure he just tried to shoot that guy through the wall. So. Oh, yeah. But he was on my team and we didn't get any kill cams, so that is the way. For the quick play kill cam at the end. That's like shitty. When people look at other people through walls or track them through walls, guys, that's like some D-grade bullshit cheating. Like, that's shit that you won't even see in CSGO because they're smart enough not to do that stupid shit, and you see it almost all the time in Overwatch when you're tracking cheaters. It's not almost all the time. It's very common. I'd say it's maybe 2 out of 3 cheaters will wall look, pre-aim through walls, and track through walls. Very obvious ones will just stare at you and try to shoot you like that guy just did, but we only got one point of view on that. That'll happen. That'll happen, guys.
Strike from above. Justice served.
Double.
Establishing aerial position.
Next game. Yeah. They're missing player for some reason. Integral. Oh my god. I believe we reported Coco before. But IDK. A lot of the people I report, guys, I never see again, but some of them I do. Pretty sure I've reported Coco before. And I do run into repeat players too on top of it.
Hope you don't mind that I'm better. I know more than anyone that a head that big is an easy target.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Guy that just left came back.
On the move. Taking to the air.
Missing a player.
I am the Junker Queen.
Looks like they fell.
I don't think so.
Fortunately, her coach gun was up.
She's gonna blow. Establishing an aerial position. Positioning.
Very accurate, Anna.
I've got you covered. Taking off.
Ha! Okay.
Scatter. Get in there, Bob. Aerial positioning underway. Enemy over here. Rains from above.
No! The Mercy undid all of our work! Oh, he's AFK. I really needed a heal. I just stood still waiting for a heal and that got me killed.
Calculations will cost you everything. Devour them.
We're outnumbered.
The skies await.
Dude. That Mercy heal, guys, literally just won them that back, so.
Repulsion. Excellent teamwork.
Now I got a diva. He just despawned.
Returning to battle. Increasing altitude. Scatter. I'm under attack. I need healing. Get in there, Bob. Do something. Enemy here.
Nanotech administered.
Aerial positioning underway.
Good thing she doesn't realize that she's nanoed. That would be a shame.
I don't stay down. We're outnumbered. Be advised. Concussive out.
That's not good. I really need... Dude, she's gonna fucking do that again! My Q just came up too. That one Mercy Res, and rated overtime was how they won the first point. That's incredible. That one res. Okay. Is he looking for someone to jerk him off? I could just blatantly make up shit too. Good for him. Even if it's not made up, it doesn't matter. Dumb shit. Also makes it more likely he's cheating, so. That's actually true.
Shake it off. En route.
People like that say stupid shit are usually like I mentioned before, guys. Cheaters like fall into two categories. One is a psycho, and the other is the idiot. I don't think I timed it right.
Let's show him some air power. On the move.
And he just shot me around the corner.
Always more to learn.
God. Huh. I don't know why I'm shooting at him. That's not who I need to shoot at. Pretty sure the Ashe is cheating. Toggled on partway in round 1 after overtime is when they toggled. Hence where we have the bullshit statement. Let's see. Is yeah. Fortunately, due to the time, I don't really want to end it on a shit match like that either. Yeah, because he doesn't play comp. No way of knowing, guys. Good. Completely different player compared to the beginning of the match up until round 2. Not round 2. Overtime in round 1 was basically when that changed. Where we went from completely dominating their team to this fuck killing everyone and then jerking off in chat, which was obviously a lie. Jerking off in chat about it to try and make us feel worse because apparently they got creamed pretty hard. They had to really lay into us. The beginning of this match, guys, was not in any way, shape, or form like the end of the match. Let's even take a look at this. Was he playing Ashe at the beginning, too? I don't normally look at replays, but let's take a peek here.
Now arriving at ready for battle.
Missing a significant amount of shots. Can you look at scoreboard? No, you can't. Apparently he's just shooting the tank. Guy spent a significant amount of time trying to kill the tank for whatever reason. It's like he's flicking and then flicking back. Okay. He's trying to fucking shoot me behind the wall. Okay. There's two guys on both sides of where I was, and he's trying to shoot me through the wall just now. Watching the monkey through the wall. It's like maybe a fucked up aimbot? He misses a significant amount of his shots. Like, why is he even trying to flick when they're right in front of him? Then he flicks, he like, his like aims on the target, then he like flicks away from the target. What the fuck's going on with his aim? Like, he shoots and then his aim wiggles, and then he shoots and his aim wiggles. Like, it's not a flick. He's like unflicking. It's like his aim's on the target and then he flicks away from the target and causes him to miss. What? I don't even understand how he killed people, to be perfectly honest. I don't know where all his damage came from or his kills came from. Like, it looks like he literally misses like 2/3 of his shots. But he had the most limbs and damage on their team. It's because he kept shooting the tank. Maybe it's just tank damage, mercy boosted tank damage. Like, it's like, this is fucking weird. It's like he flicks the target, he fires, and then his crosshair goes like this after he hits it. So it could be like the aimbot lets go after it goes to the target, and then he fucks around, but then it also causes him to miss sometimes. Like, it goes to the target, and then he wiggles, and then it either goes off target, or it's after he fires. Like, he's really mashing his mouse or something. Like, that was normal. Hey, I don't know what deepfake drama is. What the fuck is this? Maybe the majority of his I thought he was doing work, but I think he just gets a limbs? I don't know why he gets a limbs. What happened in this match, guys? So, I guess my report was not correct because I thought he was doing work when he wasn't doing work. And it just seemed like, who the fuck was... Anna killed me a couple times. He killed me like twice. He basically rolled over a team. Anna then? What's going on here? I think he just dumped. I think he just basically almost all of his damage was from shooting the tank with Mercy attached. So it looked like he actually was doing a lot when he wasn't. And then a couple times he pegged me. Might be a fake positive, but it might also not. He was looking at me through the wall, trying to shoot me through the wall on the prior points. So there's something going on there. When I went behind a wall, he didn't realize I was behind a wall, and he was trying to shoot me behind the wall, where I was on the ground. He like shot me like 2 or 3 times when there was a Mercy or Anna on one side and a Zen on the other, and he wasn't shooting at either of them. We had a Mercy with wall hack earlier. Yeah, we had a 4-banger cheater lobby, 3-banger, 4-banger. I forgot how many. There's a lot of people. And basically, they're just trading off with people fucking around with us, and half the team didn't even participate in the match, just to draw things out. And there's at least 3 people in the match that were clearly using an aimbot. We reported the Mercy because you could watch her she went in her, the favorite thing, by the way, for Mercy is the dick on Pharaohs, if you guys have ever noticed that. To show them good because of stereotypes or something. She turned on her Q, and literally, you could see her staring at me through the wall, went around like 3 different bends while looking directly at me. So, yeah. You can't make that shit up. Yeah. And that was the only thing that basically I reported her for because it was pretty obvious when she was doing it. It wasn't like she was like looking around the wall or anything like that. She was staring at me through the wall. Yeah, I guess he was just faking. This is like fake DPS. I guess is a way of classifying this. I thought he was doing a lot, but he wasn't. So who the fuck was doing a lot? I think it was Anna that mainly killed me. So is the Anna that was killing me? This is a really weird game. I was for sure. This guy definitely has something weird going on because he's trying to shoot me behind a wall, as I mentioned earlier. But it looks like he is actually just a terrible player and possibly cheating.
Ready for battle.
Take care
With like
of each
poor.
other there.
Did I even report him? I don't think I even reported him yet.
3,
No, I did report him.
1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Yeah, I guess this is what you could classify as fake DPS. I don't know why Mercy was boosting him all the game. It honestly looks like he has a lot of hit reg issues too, where he fires and it's hitting people, but it's not counting, which seems to be very common with people that are cheating. Also on McCree's, Ashes are the big ones, where you'll see hit reg issues.
I don't take kindly to being knocked down.
Like, every time he fires, guys, every time he fires, his aim goes like this all over the place. It's like he's slamming his mouse on the ground or something. Very weird. Or basically, when he fires, the way the aimbot works is when he fires, it detaches. So that's his actual aim after he fires the gun, is where you see his aim go like wobble like this. It is very much like something. It's a trend basically that we're looking at here. It definitely happens on probably 90% of his shots. Is you'll see his aim will wiggle after he fires the gun, or sometimes it wiggles prior to him firing the gun and it causes him to miss a shot, despite his aim being on. And whatever this is, misses all of his shots there. Yeah, so I guess I was shooting the wrong person. I think that I thought the Ash was killing me when it wasn't. It was the Anna I think I should have been going after. Hey, 80% of his shots have that wobble. He just chased the tank through the wall, didn't he? Yeah. So right here, he's definitely cheating. He's definitely cheating. He's not good at all. But watch this. You can see him tracking the tank through the wall just now. Like, he really fucking hates this tank for some reason. I don't know why. Really fucking hates the tanks. Surprise! Yeah. And he did that to me earlier, too. This guy's really fucking bad but like sometimes like his aimbot doesn't work properly or something. I don't know. This is like a really, really bad player mixed with an aimbot. And obviously there's sound, but he was looking directly at the Junker Queen. He doesn't always do it, but he definitely tracks people through the walls. And that's the biggest giveaway, is when he's tracking people through walls. Like, look at that. Every time he fires, his fucking aim goes like wiggles. This is one of the weirder cheaters we've seen. So, like, him being bad may actually be legitimately causing him to miss his shots. Like, on top of him having an aimbot, he's still having problems hitting targets and timing it properly. Was that covering a corner, or was he just staring at the Hanzo through the wall just now? See if he was covering an angle. With the Junker Queen, he is following the Junker Queen through the wall. And by the way, when people like aren't always diligent with them training themselves basically to not watch people through walls, that's usually a pretty shit cheat thing when you see someone follow someone through walls. And earlier in the match, he's trying to shoot me through the wall, as I mentioned. Good. Interesting match, guys. Weird. Okay. But yeah, a lot of, I guess you could qualify that as fake DPS, where he was just basically putting shots into the tank's chest, regardless of what's going on. In round 1, you just pumped the tank full of a shitload of DPS. The monkey, just constantly shooting the monkey in the chest. And it looks like in this round too, I think is majority of it, he spent basically just pumping the tank, and he had Mercy on him constantly, too. I don't know what his aim is. That's like I said, I think it's an aimbot mixed with really bad personal aim, too. Like, him as a player, his aim's really bad, and it actually causes him to sometimes miss, because sometimes you'll see people, like, try to flick at someone with an aimbot, and it'll actually cause them to miss. Like, the aimbot will click to the person, and then they'll flick away and fire. And I thought that's what we were seeing there. But I don't think it was. Like, they think they actually need to flick the aimbot when they don't. Like, they barely understand how the aimbot's working. That was just really fucking weird. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, but he was definitely looking at people through walls multiple times in the match and tried to shoot me through walls in the first point. So, like 3 times tried to shoot me behind a wall. Because he thought I was in front of him. Really weird shit. But alrighty, guys, I'm out here for this evening. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have that to look forward to, or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. We will see. But yeah, good. I don't know. Overall tonight, guys, I think we had pretty good games. We definitely had some cheat lobbies, but then we also had some decent matches too. Aim-wise, I think things are going pretty good. Normally, I don't don't go through and look at a match afterwards. It's a waste of time. 40-13. Our later matches actually look like they got pretty poor. Accuracy-wise, our accuracy went down later on in the game. Pretty good earlier in tonight. We were like, all of our matches were like 40 plus. Yeah. Match? No. They're not full match. Okay. But I'm out here for tonight, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit and enjoyed the fun, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. Tonight will be OW Tuesday. But yeah, we'll see where things go. Hopefully, I don't know if I'm going to be playing this game in a month, to be perfectly honest. And it's going to take at least 2 months for me to get new computer parts because I think the monitor comes out in March, and that's 2 months out. And video card market is all over the place, and the X3D chips might not be good. So, I don't know. We might not be playing Overwatch 2 in 2 months from now, or even a month from now, but we'll see, guys. But alrighty, guys, I am out here for this evening. Tomorrow will be OW2s. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.